In the quiet hours, when the world slumbers beneath the blanket of stars, let us journey back through the corridors of time, where beauty was both revered and feared, embraced and endured. As the gentle night enfolds you in its arms, imagine the first whispers of civilization's dawn, when humans first gazed upon their reflections in still pools of water and wondered how to enhance what nature had bestowed. The quest for beauty is as ancient as humanity itself, woven into the tapestry of our existence like golden threads catching the last light of day. In the shadow-filled temples of ancient lands, among the whispering papyrus reeds, and beneath towering ziggurats, our ancestors discovered the first cosmetics, earthy pigments drawn from the very soil that nourished them, shimmering mineral, harvested from mountain veins and plants whose essence could transform the mundane into the divine. Yet in this dance with beauty, our forebears often waltzed with unseen dangers. The crimson pigment that brightened lips contained the kiss of poisons. The powders that lightened skin harbored the touch of death. The oils and ointments that promised eternal youth sometimes delivered eternal sleep instead. Through river valleys, where civilization first bloomed, women and men alike adorned themselves with cosmetics made from lead and mercury, arsenic and antimony, elements we now know to be toxic, but which they embraced as gifts from the gods. They applied these potions with reverence, unaware of the silent harm that would accumulate with each application, with each prayer for beauty. In ancient Egypt, where beauty rituals were elaborate ceremonies of spiritual significance, kohl-rimmed, eyes gazed out from faces painted with ochre and malachite, the Egyptians believed their cosmetics protected them from evil spirits and the harsh desert sun. How could they have known that the very substances meant to shield them carried their own subtle curses? The gentle rustling of silk in imperial China might have concealed the soft cries of women whose feet were bound in pursuit of the golden lotus, a beauty standard so painful and debilitating that it altered not just their appearance, but the very way they moved through the world. Beauty, in many ancient cultures, was not merely an aesthetic pursuit, but a social currency, a means of displaying status, wealth, and conformity to ideals set by those in power. From the shores of the Mediterranean to the islands of Japan, from the steppes of Central Asia to the jungles of Mesoamerica, humans have transformed their bodies in pursuit of cultural ideals, sometimes with tragic consequences. They have ingested poisons, deformed growing bones, scarred skin, and altered natural functions, all in service to beauty's demanding altar. As we drift through this history together, like leaves carried on a gentle stream, remember that these practices reflect not merely vanity, but the deep human longing for acceptance, for belonging, for transcendence. In the quest to make oneself beautiful according to the standards of one's time, our ancestors sought to connect with something greater, with divinity, with eternal youth, with power and status, or simply with the approval of their communities. The darkness outside your window deepens, and stars trace their ancient patterns across the velvet sky. As we begin our journey through beauty's dangerous history, let the rhythm of these stories rock you gently toward dreams. For in understanding the lengths to which humans have gone to transform themselves, we glimpse not just the sometimes tragic consequences of beauty's pursuit, but the universality of the desire to be seen, to be admired, to be worthy of love. In the chapters that follow, we will walk the banks of the Nile, stand in the shadow of the Parthenon, witness the rituals of imperial courts, and hear the whispers of Victorian parlours. We will explore practices both fascinating and frightening, always remembering the humanity of those who embraced them. For in every age, in every culture, beauty's call has been a siren song few could resist. Close your eyes now and prepare to drift through time's mist, to worlds both familiar and foreign, where beauty's price was often paid in suffering, sometimes willingly, sometimes in ignorance, but always in the hope of transformation. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The moon casts silver ripples across the ancient Nile, its waters flowing as they have for millennia, past temples and tombs where painted eyes still watch from hieroglyphic walls. In this land where beauty was a divine art, where cosmetics were buried with the dead to ensure comeliness in the afterlife, we find perhaps the earliest documented beauty hack that carried hidden dangers, the sacred art of kohl. Imagine the gentle morning light filtering through papyrus screens as an Egyptian woman of high birth prepares for the day. Before her sits a small alabaster jar carved with the protective eye of Horus. With practiced fingers, she lifts a slender bronze applicator and dips it into the black powder within. A mixture of ground galena, lead sulfide, malachite, and other minerals bound with animal fat or oils. The mixture is sacred, connected to the gods themselves, particularly to Hathor, goddess of beauty, and to Ra, whose eye was said to be outlined in black. She applies the kohl in sweeping lines that extend beyond her eyelids, creating the distinctive almond shape we recognize from countless tomb paintings and statues. The effect is immediate. Her eyes appear larger, more luminous against the backdrop of her warm skin. The kohl catches the light, giving her gaze a depth and mystery that captivates all who look upon her. What she cannot know as she completes this ritual, performed by countless generations before her, is that with each application, trace amounts of lead enter her body through the delicate membranes of her eyes and the tiny pores of her skin. Over years and decades, this exposure will slowly affect her nervous system, her kidneys, perhaps even her mind. The very substance meant to enhance her beauty and protect her health carries an invisible poison. For the ancient Egyptians did not use kohl merely for aesthetic purposes. They believed it had medicinal properties, protecting the eyes from the harsh desert sun and warding off infections. There was truth in this. Some compounds in traditional kohl have antibacterial properties, yet the lead content, unknown to them as harmful, accumulated in their systems over a lifetime of daily use. Along the banks of the Nile, where papyrus rustles in the evening breeze, men too adorned their eyes with kohl. Pharaohs and laborers alike embraced this beauty practice, seeing it as both protective and spiritually significant. In the heat of the day, the black outline reduced the sun's glare, much as modern athletes use eye black. The smudging of kohl around the eyes may have helped reduce the reflection of the sun off the desert sands and the Nile's shimmering waters. In tombs sealed for thousands of years, archaeologists discovered cosmetic boxes with separate compartments for different shades of eye paint: black kohl made from galena, green from malachite, blue from lapis lazuli. These were not simply makeup, they were tools for transcendence, preparations for both life and the journey beyond. The famous burial mask of Tutankhamun features dramatic kohl lines, ensuring the young pharaoh would retain his divine beauty even in death. A fascinating discovery from Egyptian medical papyri reveals prescriptions for eye treatments that included kohl as an ingredient. The Edwin Smith papyrus and Ebers papyrus, dating from approximately 1500 BCE, contain remedies for various eye ailments that call for kohl to be mixed with honey or other substances. The line between cosmetics and medicine was blurred in this ancient culture, where beauty was considered an aspect of health and divine favor. In the quiet hours of night, as oil lamps cast flickering shadows on painted walls, imagine how these kohl-rimmed eyes must have appeared. mysterious, alluring, seeming to hold the secrets of eternity within their depths. In a culture obsessed with permanence and the afterlife, even beauty rituals carried the weight of spiritual significance. Recent archaeological analysis of ancient Egyptian coal containers has revealed varying levels of lead compounds, suggesting that the exact composition changed over dynasties and regions. Some samples contained up to 80% lead salts, while others included antimony, manganese, or copper compounds. What remained constant was the cultural importance of the rimmed eye, a beauty standard so enduring that it would influence civilizations across the Mediterranean and beyond. As you drift toward sleep, envision these ancient Egyptian women and men, their gazes enhanced by the dangerous beauty of coal, looking out across the golden desert or up at the star-filled sky with eyes that seemed to transcend mortality itself. In their quest for divine beauty, they unknowingly embraced a substance that could slowly poison them, a paradox that we will see repeated throughout beauty's long and complex history. The Nile continues its eternal journey toward the sea, carrying the secrets of countless generations who lined their eyes with leaden coal, seeking beauty, protection, and perhaps a touch of the divine, never suspecting the price their bodies paid for this obsidian gaze. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. As the evening deepens and the world grows still around you, let us return once more to the land of the pharaohs, where beauty rituals were elaborate ceremonies connecting mortals to the divine realm. Beyond the coal-rimmed eyes that captured so much attention lay another dangerous beauty treatment, the application of gold to the skin. Imagine the interior of a temple dedicated to Hathor, goddess of beauty, love, and joy. Alabaster columns rise toward a ceiling painted with stars, and the air is heavy with the scent of myrrh and lotus blossoms. Within this sacred space, priests and priestesses prepare for a ritual that will transform ordinary flesh into divine embodiment, the gilding of the face. Gold, eternal and untarnishing, was more than a precious metal to the ancient Egyptians. It was the flesh of the gods themselves. The sun god Ra was said to have skin of gold, and pharaohs, as living deities, sought to emulate this divine radiance. From this belief emerged one of the most opulent and potentially dangerous beauty treatments of the ancient world: gold leaf facial applications. In the flickering light of oil lamps, a high priestess sits perfectly still as an attendant carefully applies whisper-thin sheets of beaten gold to her face. First, her skin is cleansed with oils of olive and frankincense, then painted with a sticky substance made from tree resin or honey. Upon this adhesive base, the gold leaf is delicately laid, one small square at a time, until her entire face becomes a living idol, reflecting the lamplight with a supernatural glow. The effect is mesmerizing, her human features transformed into something otherworldly, a walking embodiment of divinity. When she moves through the temple complex, worshippers fall to their knees, believing they glimpse the goddess herself. This was the power of gold, to elevate the human to the divine, to make the mortal seem immortal. Yet this practice carried hidden dangers. While pure gold itself is remarkably inert, one of the least reactive metals, the process of creating and applying gold leaf involved other substances that were far from harmless. Gold had to be hammered between sheets of animal intestine or parchment using lead hammers, contaminating the delicate leaves with microscopic particles of lead. The adhesives used to bind the gold to the skin often contained red lead, lead tetroxide, or white lead, lead carbonate, compounds now known to be highly toxic. Moreover, the gilded face could not breathe naturally. Pores were sealed beneath the metal, preventing the skin's natural transpiration and potentially leading to rashes, irritation, and infections. For extended ceremonial wear, this could result in painful skin conditions that required additional treatments, often containing yet more harmful substances. For those who could not afford pure gold, less expensive alternatives existed: copper, leaf or mixtures containing orpiment, a naturally occurring mineral with a golden hue. What these worshippers and beauty enthusiasts didn't know was that orpiment is primarily arsenic trisulfide, a highly toxic compound that releases arsenic into the body upon contact with skin. Beyond the temples, Egyptian nobility embraced gold in their beauty regimens in other ways. Gold dust was mixed into oils and creams to create shimmering body treatments. Tiny gold flakes might be added to kohl for special occasions, creating a sparkle around the eyes that caught the desert sunlight, or the glow of oil lamps during evening banquets. Gold threads were woven into wigs and incorporated into elaborate headdresses. In the still heat of an Egyptian afternoon, visualize a noblewoman reclining in her garden courtyard, her attendants gently applying a paste containing gold dust to her arms and décolletage. The paste also contains honey, plant oils, and ground alabaster, but perhaps also lead compounds or arsenic-containing minerals, additions meant to lighten the skin beneath the golden shimmer. With each application, trace amounts of these toxins enter her system, accumulating over years of dedicated beauty rituals. Archaeological evidence of these practices comes to us through tomb paintings, preserved cosmetic containers, and even medical papyri describing treatments for skin conditions that may have resulted from these beauty rituals. The Edwin Smith papyrus contains treatments for skin irritations that might well have been caused by prolonged facial gilding or the use of lead-containing cosmetics. The tradition of gold in beauty treatments would spread beyond Egypt's borders, influencing cultures throughout the Mediterranean and Asia. The Romans would adopt gold leaf for special occasions. Chinese empresses would incorporate gold into their elaborate beauty regimens. Even into the Renaissance and beyond, gold would maintain its association with divine beauty and eternal youth. As moonlight filters through your window, casting gentle shadows across your room, consider these ancient beautification rituals not merely as acts of vanity, but as profound expressions of cultural and spiritual values. The Egyptians' use of gold in their beauty practices reflected their understanding of the universe, a place where beauty, divinity, and eternity were intertwined, where the border between the physical and spiritual realms could be bridged through ritual transformation. The gold-adorned faces have long since returned to dust. The temples stand in ruins, but the human desire to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, to touch briefly something divine through beauty's rituals, remains as strong today as it was when the first gold leaf was laid upon a priestess's waiting face beneath the burning Egyptian sun. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. As night deepens around you and the quiet hours invite dreams, let us travel eastward from the banks of the Nile to the ancient lands where the Indus River flows through verdant plains. Here, in what is now India, Pakistan, and beyond, another beauty tradition took root thousands of years ago, one still practiced today, though its earliest forms held secrets and dangers now largely forgotten: the art of henna adornment. Imagine a wedding preparation in ancient India, perhaps 4,000 years ago. The air is heavy with the scent of spices and flowers. In a courtyard, where marigold petals float in shallow brass bowls of water, a bride sits with her hands extended, palms upward like opening lotus blossoms. Around her, female relatives sing traditional songs as an elder artist carefully applies a paste from a cone-shaped applicator, creating intricate patterns that will stain the bride's skin in shades of red-brown. The paste is made from the crushed leaves of the henna plant, Lawsonia inermis, mixed with water, lemon juice, and sometimes other ingredients to enhance the staining properties. The designs are symbolic, representing fertility, prosperity, joy, and protection against evil. For the bride, these Mendi patterns are not merely decorative, but deeply significant, connecting her to countless generations of women who sat in similar circles, extending their hands to receive these blessing-laden designs. What makes this scene both beautiful and potentially dangerous lies in what might have been mixed with the pure henna paste in those ancient times. Natural henna produces a range of orange to reddish-brown stains, but historical texts suggest that more vibrant colors were sometimes desired, particularly a deeper red that symbolized passion and fertility. To achieve these enhanced shades, ancient henna artists sometimes added other substances to the basic paste. In the quiet of the wedding preparation space, the elder artist might have mixed mercury compounds into her henna paste to deepen the red color. Cinnabar, a naturally occurring form of mercury sulfide with a vivid red hue, was known and used in ancient India and across Asia. While creating a striking color on the skin, this mercury-infused henna allowed the toxic metal to be absorbed through the skin, accumulating in the body over years of ceremonial application. Other additives might have included certain minerals containing lead or even arsenic compounds, all valued for their ability to create more vivid colors or help the stain last longer on the skin. Silver nitrate might be added to create almost black designs, especially appealing for special celebrations or to denote higher status. Beyond color-enhancing additives, ancient henna preparations sometimes included various plant materials that could cause allergic reactions in sensitive individuals. Some of these plants were added intentionally for their aromatic properties or symbolism. Others might have been harvested alongside the henna leaves and incorporated unknowingly. Without standardized preparation methods or understanding of allergic responses, these reactions would have been interpreted as ill omens or perhaps as punishment from displeased deities. The application itself could last for hours, with the bride or recipient remaining still as the paste dried. The longer the paste remained on the skin, sometimes overnight, wrapped in silk or cotton bindings, the deeper the stain would penetrate. During this time, the potential toxins in enhanced henna mixtures would have ample opportunity to be absorbed through the skin. Yet despite these hidden dangers, henna adornment held and still holds profound cultural significance. In the arid regions where the henna plant naturally grows, spanning from North Africa through the Middle East to South Asia, the cooling properties of henna paste on the skin provided relief from heat. This practical benefit evolved into spiritual symbolism. The cooling henna believed to soothe not just the body but the spirit, calming nervousness before major life transitions. Archaeological evidence of henna use dates back thousands of years. Egyptians used henna to dye their fingernails and hair. Mummies have been discovered with henna-stained hair and nails. In ancient India, texts like the Kama Sutra mention henna as part of beauty regimens. Across these cultures, what began as a cooling body art evolved into an elaborate system of symbolic decoration, particularly for women during significant life events. In the gentle darkness of your room, as sleep begins to tug at the edges of consciousness, envision these ancient henna ceremonies. Women gathered in circles, singing songs passed down through generations, creating art that would fade from the skin but remain eternal in cultural memory. The The designs themselves tell stories: paisley patterns representing fertility, vines symbolizing devotion and attachment, geometric shapes invoking cosmic order. The dangers hidden in some historical henna preparations remind us that beauty practices often evolved through trial and error, with generations sometimes paying an unseen price for aesthetic enhancement. Yet from these ancient beginnings emerged safer traditions that continue today, where natural henna creates temporary body art without the toxic additions of centuries past. As moonlight filters through leaves outside your window, casting dappled patterns reminiscent of the intricate henna designs, consider how these beauty traditions connected women across time, grandmother to mother to daughter, each receiving the crimson blessing upon their palms, each becoming a living canvas for artistry that symbolized their place within the eternal cycle of human experience. The crimson palms of countless brides have long since faded, but the tradition continues, evolved and generally safer now, a living link to those ancient women who first discovered the beauty and symbolism in the humble henna leaf, even as they unknowingly risked harm in pursuit of more vivid adornment. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night is deep now, the world hushed and waiting, as our journey through beauty's dangerous history takes us to the land between two rivers, Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. Here, between the flowing waters of the Tigris and Euphrates, in the shadow of ziggurats reaching toward heaven, some of humanity's earliest beauty rituals emerged from the fertile soil of innovation. Imagine the city of around 3000 BCE, its mud brick buildings catching the golden light of dawn. In a home near the temple complex, a woman of high status prepares for the day. Before her, on a small table of cedar wood, lies an arrangement of cosmetic implements, polished copper mirrors, delicate shells, and stone palettes containing colored powders, small pots of scented oils, and fine brushes made from animal hair. She begins her beauty ritual by applying a foundation made from white lead mixed with animal fat, creating a smooth, pale canvas for the more vibrant colors to follow. The white complexion this creates is highly valued, signifying that she does not labor in the fields under the harsh Mesopotamian sun. To her cheeks and lips, she applies a red pigment ground from ochre, mixed with fat and plant resins to help it adhere to the skin. Her eyebrows are darkened and joined with a paste made from crushed antimony and charcoal, reflecting the beauty ideal of the connected brow seen in artworks of the period. Finally, she outlines her eyes with kohl, creating an almond shape that enlarges and defines her gaze. The kohl is stored in a small cylinder of alabaster, carved with symbols invoking the protection of Inanna, goddess of love and beauty. The application complete, she gazes at her reflection in the polished copper mirror, her transformation from mortal to divine beauty accomplished through substances that silently introduce toxins into her system with each ceremonial application. Archaeological discoveries at sites like and Babylon have revealed sophisticated cosmetic implements and containers dating back nearly 5,000 years. Small cosmetic boxes made of shell and ivory, some elaborately decorated with gold and lapis lazuli, contain the precious substances used by Mesopotamian elites to enhance their appearance. Chemical analysis of residue found in some of these containers has revealed lead compounds, copper minerals, iron oxides, and antimony, materials now known to present health risks with prolonged exposure. In the ziggurats where priests and priestesses served the gods, cosmetics took on sacred significance. Temple rituals involved the painting and adornment of divine statues, with similar substances being applied to the faces of those who served these deities. The famous statues from the Abu Temple at Tel Asmar feature wide, staring eyes rimmed with dark material, a representation of the coal-enhanced eyes of worshippers and divine images alike. Mesopotamian clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writing provide glimpses into these ancient beauty practices. Medical texts from Assyria and Babylon include recipes for cosmetics alongside treatments for various ailments, suggesting that beauty and health were intertwined concerns. Some tablets describe preparations for skin conditions that may well have been caused by the very cosmetics used to enhance beauty. A poignant irony lost on those who suffered from lead-induced skin irritations or antimony toxicity. The use of these potentially harmful substances was not limited to women. Mesopotamian men of high status also used cosmetics, particularly for ceremonial occasions. Kings and priests were depicted with carefully styled beards, outlined eyes, and reddened lips in artwork from various periods. The famous death mask of a Sumerian queen from the royal cemetery at Ur shows evidence of having been adorned with cosmetics, suggesting that even in death these beauty practices held importance. In the marketplaces of ancient Ur or Babylon, traders from distant lands brought exotic ingredients for cosmetic preparations: resins from Lebanon, minerals from Anatolia, pigments from beyond the mountains. The cosmetics industry was already international, with trade routes carrying beauty, secrets, and dangerous ingredients across vast distances. Cuneiform texts record the value placed on these imported beauty materials, some worth their weight in silver. As the gentle weight of sleep begins to settle upon you, imagine the ancient Mesopotamian beauty rituals continuing through changing empires and dynasties: Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian. Though rulers changed and cities rose and fell, the pursuit of beauty remained constant, with each generation inheriting practices both beneficial and harmful from those who came before. The white lead that created the desired pallor slowly accumulated in bodies, causing neurological issues, kidney damage, and reproductive harm unknown to those who faithfully applied it. The antimony that darkened eyes and brows could cause stomach pain, vomiting, and liver damage with prolonged exposure. Yet these effects would have developed slowly, unlikely to be connected to the cosmetics that caused them in an age before. Scientific understanding of toxicology. The gentle sound of your own breathing mirrors the distant whisper of the Tigris and Euphrates, rivers that have flowed past the ruins of those ancient cities for millennia since the last painted priestess gazed at her reflection in a copper mirror. The clay tablets and cosmetic containers recovered by archaeologists tell a story of human ingenuity and the eternal quest for beauty, even at an unknowing cost to health and well-being. In the timeless darkness before dreams, consider how these ancient Mesopotamians, innovators in so many aspects of human civilization, writing, mathematics, astronomy, law, were also pioneers in the complex relationship between beauty and risk, developing practices that would influence cultures throughout the ancient world, spreading as far as their trade routes could reach. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night deepens, stars wheeling slowly overhead, as our journey carries us eastward to ancient China, where dynasties rose and fell like the tide, and where beauty practices developed with both extraordinary sophistication and hidden dangers. Among these, none was more beautiful, or more potentially deadly, than the use of vermilion, a vibrant red pigment derived from cinnabar, the primary ore of Mercury. Imagine the inner chambers of an imperial palace during the Han dynasty, around 200 BCE. Lanterns cast a warm glow over lacquered screens painted with mountains and birds. A court lady sits before a bronze mirror, her face a perfect oval in the polished surface. On her dressing table, arranged with perfect precision, sit tiny porcelain pots of cosmetics, including one containing a vivid red powder, vermilion, made from ground cinnabar mercuric sulfide. With a delicate brush of rabbit hair, she applies the vermilion to her lips, creating a small, perfect rosebud mouth, the ideal of beauty in her time. She then touches the brush to the center of each cheek, creating two bright spots of color that contrast dramatically with her face, whitened with a powder made from ground rice or sometimes white lead. Finally, she places a touch of the vibrant red at the inner corners of her eyes, drawing the color slightly onto her lower lids to create a delicate, ethereal appearance. What she cannot know is that with each application, trace amounts of mercury from the cinnabar enter her system through the sensitive membranes of her lips and eyes. Over years of daily use, the accumulation of this potent neurotoxin will begin to manifest in subtle symptoms: trembling hands, difficulty with fine movements, headaches, insomnia. In time, more serious effects might develop: memory loss, mood changes, kidney problems. Beauty's price paid in increments so small as to be imperceptible until the damage becomes irreversible. The Chinese fascination with cinnabar extended beyond cosmetics. The brilliant red mineral was central to Taoist alchemical practices, where it was paradoxically considered a key ingredient in elixirs of immortality. Taoist texts from as early as the 2nd century BCE describe elaborate processes for refining cinnabar to create purified mercury, which was then recombined with sulfur and other elements to create compounds believed to extend life or even confer immortality. In a terrible irony, some of China's most powerful figures, including several emperors, died from consuming these mercury-rich elixirs, their quest for eternal youth cutting their natural lives tragically short. The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, is believed by some historians to have hastened his death through consumption of mercury compounds prescribed by his court alchemists. Archaeological evidence supports these historical accounts. The emperor's enormous tomb complex, famously guarded by the Terracotta Army, shows elevated levels of mercury in the soil, suggesting that his actual burial chamber, yet to be excavated, may contain rivers of mercury as described in ancient texts. Yet the cosmetic use of cinnabar continued for centuries, prized for its unmatchable color and cultural significance. Red was associated with joy, celebration, and good fortune in Chinese culture. Brides wore vermilion, temples were painted with it, and official seals were stamped in cinnabar paste. The color's symbolic importance overrode any growing awareness of its potential dangers. Chinese medical texts from various dynasties do mention some toxic properties of cinnabar and mercury, yet these warnings were often qualified by claims that properly prepared forms were safe or even beneficial. The 16th century physician Li Shizhen, in his monumental Compendium of Materia Medica, acknowledged cinnabar's potential toxicity while still including it among medicinal substances. This ambivalence reflected the complex relationship Chinese culture maintained with this beautiful but dangerous material. Beyond vermilion, ancient Chinese cosmetics included other potentially harmful ingredients. White lead was used for face powders, particularly during the Tang dynasty when a pale, powdered face was the height of fashion. Cosmetic preparations might include lead, mercury, or even arsenic compounds, their toxicity unknown or underestimated by those who diligently applied them in pursuit of the beauty standards of their day. As your breathing slows and sleep draws nearer, envision the workshops where these cosmetics were prepared. Apothecaries grinding cinnabar on stone slabs, carefully measuring ingredients according to formulas passed down through generations. The brilliant red powder would be mixed with animal fats, plant oils, or waxes to create the paste applied to lips and cheeks. Sometimes the vermilion would be combined with other colorants, safflower for a more orange red, or a touch of indigo to create a cooler, more purple-tinged red for certain occasions or seasons. The cosmetic use of cinnabar spread beyond China's borders, influencing beauty practices in Japan, Korea, and other parts of Asia. In Japan, where the aesthetic of the white face with defined red lips reached its apotheosis in the makeup of geishas, vermilion was the preferred colorant for benebana, safflower rouge, and other cosmetic preparations. The iconic image of the geisha, white face, black hair, and vivid red lips represented an aesthetic ideal that required daily exposure to multiple toxic substances. As moonlight filters through your window, casting gentle shadows across your room, consider how these ancient beauty rituals, so distant in time and culture, reflect universal human desires to be beautiful according to the standards of one's society, to display status and refinement, to transform the ordinary into something extraordinary. The court ladies of ancient China, applying their vermilion with meticulous care, shared these desires with beauty seekers across continents and millennia, all unknowingly accepting beauty's hidden costs. The vermilion dreams of those ancient Chinese beauties have faded into history, yet their legacy lives on in archaeological discoveries, in paintings and poetry describing their striking appearance, and in the continued human willingness to risk health for beauty, a theme that repeats throughout our journey through beauty's dangerous history. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night cradles you in its gentle arms as we journey once more to ancient China, where perhaps the most notorious and enduring dangerous beauty practice took root and flourished for nearly 1,000 years, the tradition of foot binding. Unlike the cosmetic applications we've explored thus far, this practice permanently altered the physical structure of the body itself, creating what was poetically called the golden lotus, a tiny foot considered the ultimate mark of feminine refinement and beauty. Imagine a household in Song Dynasty China around the 10th century CE. In a private chamber, a mother sits with her daughter, a child of perhaps 5 or 6 years old. The girl's feet are soaking in a bath of warm water infused with herbs, animal blood, herbs believed to soften the bones, and certain nuts with properties thought to prevent infection. As the water cools, the mother begins the procedure that will forever alter her daughter's life, a procedure she herself endured as a child. First, she massages the girl's feet to soften them further, then bends all toes except the big toe under the sole of the foot. With swift, practiced movements developed through performing this ritual perhaps on several older daughters, she wraps long silk bandages tightly around the foot, forcing it into an increasingly arched position. The bandages are pulled so tight that circulation is restricted yet not completely cut off. The girl whimpers in pain, but her mother continues, explaining that this temporary suffering will ensure a good marriage, a better life, acceptance in society. The initial binding is only the beginning. Every few days, the bandages will be removed, the feet cleaned to prevent infection, and then rewrapped even tighter. Over the coming 2 years, the arch of the foot will be increasingly compressed until it breaks, allowing the heel and toes to be drawn closer together. The ideal result, after years of constant binding and reshaping, would be a foot no longer than 3 to 4 inches, a living lotus bud permanently folded in upon itself. The physical consequences of this practice were severe and lifelong. The deliberate breaking and reshaping of the foot caused not just intense pain during the binding process, but chronic pain throughout life. Girls learned to walk differently, balancing on their heels with a distinctive, swaying gait that was considered alluring by the standards of the time. Mobility was severely restricted. Many women with bound feet could walk only short distances and required assistance for daily activities. Beyond the obvious physical limitations, foot binding carried numerous health risks. Infection was common, particularly in the developmental stage when tissues were being compressed and circulation restricted. Without modern antibiotics, these infections could lead to gangrene, sepsis, and death. Even when infection was avoided, the practice often caused long-term circulatory problems, increased susceptibility to falls and broken bones, and weakened lower body strength. Many elderly women with bound feet became completely immobile in their later years. The origins of foot binding are shrouded in legend and contradictory historical accounts. Some trace it to the 10th century, attributing its beginning to a court dancer who bound her feet to shape them like a new moon or lotus bud, capturing the emperor's admiration. Others suggest it began as an imitation of a particularly admired imperial concubine who had naturally small feet. What is clear is that the practice began among elite court circles and gradually spread throughout Chinese society. By the 12th century, bound feet had become a prerequisite for marriage into good families. A mother who failed to bind her daughter's feet effectively condemned her to a lower social position, regardless of the family's wealth or status. The practice created a physical marker of class distinction. Women with bound feet were clearly not manual laborers and thus represented a family's ability to forego female agricultural work. The more tiny and perfectly formed the golden lotus, the higher the social status it conveyed. The aesthetic ideal went beyond mere smallness. The perfect bound foot had specific characteristics. An arch so high that a coin could be placed in, the crevice beneath it, toes tucked completely under, and an overall shape compared to a lotus bud. Women's sleeping slippers, never meant to be seen by outsiders, were often exquisitely embroidered pieces of art. The special shoes worn in public, tiny, pointed, embroidered creations balanced on central heels, became objects of fascination and fetishization. The intimate care of bound feet became an elaborate ritual and a female secret. Young girls learned from their mothers and grandmothers how to wash between the folds of their compressed feet, apply special powders to prevent fungal infections, and massage the perpetually painful appendages. The binding cloths themselves became important personal possessions, with wealthy women using bandages of fine silk, sometimes perfumed or dyed beautiful colors. As moonlight drifts across your room and sleep begins to claim your consciousness, consider the complex social and cultural forces that sustained foot binding for so many centuries. It was not merely a beauty practice, but an embodiment of Confucian values that prized female submission and containment. A woman's bound feet literally limited her movement and independence, keeping her within the domestic sphere. The practice reflected and reinforced gender divisions that defined Chinese society for centuries. Despite various attempts to ban the practice, including edicts from the Manchu rulers of the Qing dynasty who did not bind feet in their own culture, foot binding persisted until the early 20th century. Its eventual decline came with modernization, changing beauty standards influenced by Western contact, and feminist movements within China that reframed bound feet as a symbol of oppression rather than refinement. The last factory producing shoes for women with bound feet closed in 1999. The last women with bound feet, living testimonies to this painful chapter in beauty's dangerous history, have nearly all passed away, with only a handful surviving into the 21st century. Their oral histories, collected by anthropologists and historians, provide haunting insights into a practice that transformed millions of bodies in pursuit of a beauty ideal, both revered and, ultimately, abandoned. As you drift toward dreams, the swaying walk of countless Chinese women with bound feet moves like shadows through history. A reminder that beauty standards have the power not just to harm through toxic substances, but to physically reshape the human body itself, altering lives in service to cultural ideals that may eventually be discarded, but whose consequences remain embodied in each affected generation. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night deepens, stars wheeling overhead in their ancient patterns, as our journey through beauty's dangerous history returns us to imperial China, where the quest for beauty merged with the pursuit of immortality. Here, in the rarefied atmosphere of imperial courts and Taoist temples, we encounter perhaps the most directly lethal beauty treatments in history, the consumption of mercury, lead, and other toxic substances in the belief that they would preserve youth, enhance beauty, and extend life itself. Imagine the private chambers of a Tang dynasty emperor in the 8th century CE. Lanterns cast a warm glow on silk paintings depicting immortals floating among clouds. The air is fragrant with incense. The emperor, showing the first signs of aging that so terrify those who wield absolute power, receives a court alchemist who presents a small jade cup containing a carefully prepared elixir. The liquid inside shimmers strangely, its quicksilver appearance promising renewed vitality, youthful appearance, and perhaps even immortality. What the emperor cannot know, is that the beautiful, shimmering elixir contains refined mercury, a potent neurotoxin. The Taoist alchemist has prepared it according to ancient formulae, believing sincerely in its transformative powers. After all, mercury's liquid form yet metallic nature made it seem magical, neither truly solid nor liquid, seemingly immune to the normal processes of decay, exactly the qualities one might desire in an elixir of long life and preserved beauty. This imperial history of China records multiple emperors who likely died from chronic mercury poisoning due to these elixirs. The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, became increasingly paranoid and irrational in his later years while consuming mercury compounds prescribed by his court alchemists. Emperor Jiajing of the Ming dynasty, who was obsessed with Taoist practices and the search for immortality, reportedly took red pills containing cinnabar, mercuric sulfide, daily for decades, exhibiting classic symptoms of mercury poisoning before his death. These imperial examples represented the highest expression of a practice that extended throughout elite Chinese society. Wealthy individuals, particularly women concerned with preserving their beauty, regularly consumed smaller doses of these dangerous substances. The Jade Woman's Classic, a Tang dynasty text on women's health and beauty, includes recipes for longevity elixirs containing cinnabar and other mercury compounds, along with lead preparations, arsenic compounds, and various minerals now known to be toxic. Why would such intelligent, sophisticated people knowingly ingest substances that often had visible negative effects? The answer lies partly in the philosophical foundations of Chinese alchemy. Unlike Western alchemy, which eventually evolved toward modern chemistry, Chinese alchemy remained deeply intertwined with Taoist spiritual beliefs and the quest for physical immortality. The suffering caused by these elixirs was often interpreted as a necessary purification process, the pain and illness representing the mortal body's resistance to transformation into an immortal state. The preparation of these beauty and longevity elixirs was extraordinarily complex, involving elaborate processes of heating, cooling, sublimation, and combination with other substances. Mercury might be heated with sulfur, creating cinnabar, which was then ground to powder and mixed with jade dust, gold leaf, pearl powder, and herbal ingredients thought to counteract toxic effects. These processes were believed to transform the dangerous raw materials into beneficial substances, a transformation that in reality often made the toxins even more bioavailable and harmful. Lead featured prominently in these internal beauty treatments as well. White lead carbonate was not just applied externally as a cosmetic, but incorporated into pills and potions meant to brighten the complexion from within. Lead's sweetness masked its toxic nature, making it dangerously palatable in these preparations. Archaeological analysis of ancient Chinese beauty formulations has revealed lead concentrations high enough to cause serious health problems with regular use. Beyond mercury and lead, other toxic substances appeared in these internal beauty treatments. Arsenic compounds were valued for their complexion-clearing properties, despite, or perhaps because of, the side effects of systemic poisoning, which included an initial period of flushed, clear skin before more serious symptoms developed. Ground jade, while not inherently toxic, could cause silicosis when prepared improperly and inhaled or ingested over time. As you rest in the quiet darkness, imagine the private suffering of countless Chinese nobles and elites who diligently consumed these beautiful poisons day after day. The symptoms would have developed gradually, perhaps trembling hands dismissed as age, digestive disturbances attributed to other causes, mood changes explained away as temperament. The connection between the shimmering elixirs and these health problems would rarely have been made in a pre-scientific medical context. Women in imperial harems were particularly vulnerable to these dangerous beauty practices. In a competitive environment where appearance could determine favor, status, and survival, internal beauty elixirs provided hope of maintaining youthful beauty beyond natural aging. Historical records from various dynasties mention imperial consorts and concubines suffering from mysterious ailments that, viewed through modern understanding, suggest heavy metal poisoning, nervous disorders, skin problems, gastrointestinal issues, reproductive failures. Pearl powder represents an interesting exception in this tradition, a substance believed to enhance beauty from within that actually had some beneficial properties. Composed primarily of calcium carbonate, pearl powder could provide dietary calcium and had mild exfoliating properties when used topically. This relatively safe ingredient was often combined with the more dangerous components, perhaps occasionally offsetting some of their harmful effects through its binding properties. The tradition of consuming substances for beauty and longevity continues in Chinese medicine today, though modern formulations have eliminated the most dangerous ingredients. The concept of internal beauty, enhancing appearance through ingested treatments rather than just external applications, represents an important philosophical difference between traditional Eastern and Western approaches to beauty, even as scientific understanding has refined which substances can safely be consumed. As sleep begins to envelop you, consider how the shimmering elixirs of ancient China represent perhaps the most direct embodiment of beauty's potential danger. The willingness to risk or sacrifice life itself in pursuit of aesthetic ideals and the appearance of youth. The emperors and nobles who drank these potions, their hands trembling as they raised jade cups to their lips, remind us that power and knowledge provide no immunity to beauty's dangerous allure when mixed with human fear of aging and mortality. The golden lanterns of those imperial chambers have long since gone dark, but the human desire to drink from the fountain of youth, to preserve beauty beyond its natural span, continues into our own time, with safer modern equivalents still promising. The impossible dream of eternal youth and beauty that once shimmered in those poisonous elixirs. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night enfolds you in its gentle embrace as our journey through beauty's dangerous history carries us to ancient Persia, a land of poetry and gardens where the art of beautification reached heights of sophistication that influenced cultures from the Mediterranean to India. Here, in the shadow of towering ziggurats and among the whispering columns of Persepolis, the practice of adorning the eyes with kohl took on unique cultural and religious significance, even as it introduced toxins into the bodies of those who embraced its dark beauty. Imagine a chamber in a Persian palace during the Achaemenid Empire, around 500 BCE. Sunlight filters through latticed windows, casting geometric patterns across a floor of polished stone. A noblewoman sits before a polished bronze mirror, her attendant carefully applying kohl to her eyes using a slender applicator made of silver. The kohl is stored in an intricately carved container made of alabaster, its surface etched with protective symbols and prayers to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism. Unlike Egyptian kohl, which was primarily made from galena, lead sulfide, Persian kohl often contained significant amounts of antimony sulfide, a compound that created a striking blue-black color highly prized in Persian aesthetics. This substance, known as surma or sorma in Persian culture, was ground to a fine powder and mixed with animal fat, plant oils, or water to create a paste that could be applied to the eye area. While less immediately toxic than lead-based kohls, antimony compounds still presented long-term health risks through gradual absorption into the bloodstream. The application of kohl in Persia went beyond mere aesthetics. In Zoroastrian religious practice, the eyes were considered vulnerable entry points for evil influences. The application of kohl created a protective barrier, both physical and spiritual, against malevolent forces. Prayers might be recited during application, transforming a beauty ritual into a sacred act of protection. This spiritual dimension helps explain why men, women, and even children in ancient Persia used kohl regularly, regardless of its potential health effects. Persian medical texts from the period, while not understanding toxicology as we do today, did recognize that some individuals had adverse reactions to certain kohl formulations. The solution, typically, was not to abandon the practice but to adjust the formula, perhaps using more charcoal and less antimony, or adding soothing ingredients like rosewater to counteract irritation. The cultural and religious importance of kohl outweighed concerns about individual sensitivity. Archaeological discoveries throughout the Persian Empire reveal sophisticated containers for kohl and other cosmetics, glass vials, carved stone pots, and metal tubes designed for both storage and application. These artifacts suggest that cosmetics were significant trade goods, with formulations and styles moving along the Silk Road and other trade routes that connected Persia to surrounding civilizations. The Persian aesthetic influence spread widely, affecting beauty practices from Greece to India. Alexander the Great's conquest of the Persian Empire in 330 BCE created cultural exchange that brought Persian beauty practices to the Hellenistic world. Later, as Islam spread throughout the region in the 7th century CE, the use of kohl was incorporated into Islamic culture, with some hadiths, sayings attributed to the Prophet Muhammad, recommending kohl for its purported medicinal properties, particularly for eye health. Indeed, antimony-based kohl did have some beneficial properties alongside its risks. The antimony compounds had mild antibacterial effects that could help prevent eye infections, a significant benefit in desert regions where eye diseases were common. The application of kohl around the eyes also reduced glare from the sun, similar to the modern practice of athletes applying black grease beneath their eyes. These practical benefits helped ensure the practice's longevity despite any observed negative effect. As you drift closer to sleep's embrace, imagine Persian women preparing for important ceremonies, their eyes dramatically enhanced with kohl that extended beyond the natural eye line. Unlike the Egyptian style, which emphasized an almond shape, Persian kohl application often created a more dramatic, elongated eye, sometimes connecting the brows in a single line, the suggestion of the peyvaste, connected brow, that would become a standard of Persian beauty celebrated by poets for centuries. The formulation of Persian coal evolved over time, incorporating ingredients from far-flung regions of the empire. Lapis lazuli from what is now Afghanistan might be ground and added for a blue tint. Charcoal made from specific woods created different shades and textures. Aromatics like frankincense or myrrh could be incorporated for their pleasant scent and perceived protective properties. Yet the antimony base remained consistent, its subtle toxicity unknown to those who applied it daily throughout their lives. Persian literature offers glimpses into the cultural significance of coal-rimmed eyes. In the epic poem Shahnameh, completed by Ferdowsi around 1010 CE, beautiful women are often described as having eyes like those of a gazelle, darkened with surma. The 14th century poet Hafez frequently mentions coal in his love poetry, using it as a metaphor for both beauty and suffering, perhaps an unintentional acknowledgement of its dual nature as both enhancer of beauty and potential poison. In the quiet darkness of your room, envision the legacy of Persian coal extending through centuries, from ancient Persepolis to the courts of Baghdad during the Islamic Golden Age, to the elaborate eye makeup still used in traditional Persian weddings. Today, modern formulations have largely replaced antimony with safer pigments, but the aesthetic ideal, the dramatically defined, expressive eye, remains remarkably consistent across nearly 3,000 years of cultural history. The coal-rimmed, eyes depicted in Persian miniature paintings gaze out at us across centuries, their beauty preserved in pigment, while the eyes themselves, along with any effects of chronic antimony exposure, have long since returned to dust. Yet in the continuing tradition of eye adornment throughout the Middle East and South Asia, we see the enduring influence of those ancient Persian beauty ideals, transformed and made safer through scientific understanding, but connected in an unbroken line to those first antimony-darkened gazes. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The night enfolds you in its gentle embrace as our journey through beauty's dangerous history carries us to ancient Persia, a land of poetry and gardens, where the art of beautification reached heights of sophistication that influenced cultures from the Mediterranean to India. Here, in the shadow of towering ziggurats and among the whispering columns of Persepolis, the practice of adorning the eyes with coal took on unique cultural and religious significance, even as it introduced toxins into the bodies of those who embraced its dark beauty. Imagine a chamber in a Persian palace during the Achaemenid Empire, around 500 BCE. Sunlight filters through latticed windows, casting geometric patterns across a floor of polished stone. A noblewoman sits before a polished bronze mirror, her attendant carefully applying coal to her eyes using a slender applicator made of silver. The coal is stored in an intricately carved container made of alabaster, its surface etched with protective symbols and prayers to Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism. Unlike Egyptian coal, which was primarily made from galena, lead sulfide, Persian coal often contained significant amounts of antimony sulfide, a compound that created a striking blue-black color highly prized in Persian aesthetics. This substance, known as surma or sorma in Persian culture, was ground to a fine powder and mixed with animal fat, plant oils, or water to create a paste that could be applied to the eye area. While less immediately toxic than lead-based coals, antimony compounds still presented long-term health risks through gradual absorption into the bloodstream. The application of coal in Persia went beyond mere aesthetics. In Zoroastrian religious practice, the eyes were considered vulnerable entry points for evil influences. The application of coal created a protective barrier, both physical and spiritual, against malevolent forces. Prayers might be recited during application, transforming a beauty ritual into a sacred act of protection. This spiritual dimension helps explain why men, women, and even children in ancient Persia used coal regularly, regardless of its potential health effects. Persian medical texts from the period, while not understanding toxicology as we do today, did recognize that some individuals had adverse reactions to certain coal formulations. The solution, typically, was not to abandon the practice but to adjust the formula, perhaps using more charcoal and less antimony, or adding soothing ingredients like rosewater to counteract irritation. The cultural and religious importance of coal outweighed concerns about individual sensitivity. Archaeological discoveries throughout the Persian Empire reveal sophisticated containers for coal and other cosmetics, glass vials, carved stone pots, and metal tubes designed for both storage and application. These artifacts suggest that cosmetics were significant trade goods, with formulations and styles moving along the Silk Road and other trade routes that connected Persia to surrounding civilizations. The Persian aesthetic influence spread widely, affecting beauty practices from Greece to India. Alexander the Great's conquest of the Persian Empire in 330 BCE created cultural exchange that brought Persian beauty practices to the Hellenistic world. Later, as Islam spread throughout the region in the 7th century CE, the use of coal was incorporated into Islamic culture, with some hadiths, sayings attributed to the Prophet Muhammad, recommending coal for its purported medicinal properties, particularly for eye health. Indeed, antimony-based coal did have some beneficial properties alongside its risks. The antimony compounds had mild antibacterial effects that could help prevent eye infections, a significant benefit in desert regions where eye diseases were common. The application of coal around the eyes also reduced glare from the sun, similar to the modern practice of athletes applying black grease beneath their eyes. These practical benefits helped ensure the practice's longevity despite any observed negative effect. As you drift closer to sleep's embrace, imagine Persian women preparing for important ceremonies, their eyes dramatically enhanced with coal that extended beyond the natural eye line. Unlike the Egyptian style, which emphasized an almond shape, Persian coal application often created a more dramatic, elongated eye, sometimes connecting the brows in a single line, the suggestion of the peyvaste, connected brow, that would become a standard of Persian beauty celebrated by poets for centuries. The formulation of Persian coal evolved over time, incorporating ingredients from far-flung regions of the empire. Lapis lazuli from what is now Afghanistan might be ground and added for a blue tint. Charcoal made from specific woods created different shades and textures. Aromatics like frankincense or myrrh could be incorporated for their pleasant scent and perceived protective properties. Yet the antimony base remained consistent, its subtle toxicity unknown to those who applied it daily throughout their lives. Persian literature offers glimpses into the cultural significance of coal-rimmed eyes. In the epic poem Shahnameh, completed by Ferdowsi around 1010 CE, beautiful women are often described as having eyes like those of a gazelle, darkened with surma. The 14th century poet Hafez frequently mentions coal in his love poetry, using it as a metaphor for both beauty and suffering, perhaps an unintentional acknowledgement of its dual nature as both enhancer of beauty and potential poison. In the quiet darkness of your room, envision the legacy of Persian coal extending through centuries, from ancient Persepolis to the courts of Baghdad during the Islamic Golden Age, to the elaborate eye makeup still used in traditional Persian weddings. Today, modern formulations have largely replaced antimony with safer pigments, but the aesthetic ideal, the dramatically defined, expressive eye, remains remarkably consistent across nearly 3,000 years of cultural history. The coal-rimmed eyes depicted in Persian miniature paintings gaze out at us across centuries, their beauty preserved in pigment while the eyes themselves along with any effects of chronic antimony exposure, have long since returned to dust. Yet in the continuing tradition of eye adornment throughout the Middle East and South Asia, we see the enduring influence of those ancient Persian beauty ideals, transformed and made safer through scientific understanding, but connected in an unbroken line to those first antimony-darkened gazes. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits.